Welcome, everyone, to the Plains in Jordan-Hare Stadium, home of the Auburn Tigers, where telling someone War Eagle is just as common as saying hello. There's nothing quite like a great rivalry matchup in college football. The bitterness, the intensity, the lifetime of memories that will come as a result of what we're about to see in this one. As we'll see the number 5 team in the country, the Georgia Bulldogs, taking on a squad hoping to prevent another L this week, the Auburn Tigers. For EA Sports College Football, Reese Davis with you alongside David Pollack and Jesse Palmer. And guys, can't wait to get this one started. Georgia likely to kick it deep to get things started. And he takes this from inside the 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. The Tigers offense will get the first crack at it here. This rivalry is intense, guys, but with all of the connections between the two, it's more like a family feud more so than a bitter war.
And for example, about the connections, Reese, how about Vince Dooley, longtime Georgia coach, who went to Auburn? How about great player Pat Dye, All-American at Georgia, coaches at Auburn? The connections are real. The rivalry is real.
Not quite in rhythm there, incomplete. And this defense has forced a couple of incompletions, and now with a chance to get off the field on 3rd and 10. Gets rid of it. Fires to the big fella.
It's a really nice job in coverage defensively there because that tight end, he wasn't really even open. Quarterback just still tried to put it on him and give him an opportunity, but great tackle, short of the stick, setting up 4th down.
Auburn's going to have to send out the punt team. The punter going to get his first work of the afternoon. He gets his first one of the day out of there, and they used him 3 times in that loss last week. And the punt team able to sling him to the ground. The Bulldogs offense will try to get something started with their first possession. One thing to watch, can this guy get in the quarterback's head and make him take a peek at the rush, David?
Dang, Skippy, that's what you want to do. You want to make this guy a little bit more human and not as much of a game breaker at the quarterback spot. Get some pressure on him, hit him a few times.
He's one of the best quarterbacks in the country, but he can't hurt you if he's laying on his back, and this defensive end can put him there often.
This crowd trying to make life miserable for this offense. Red pass, it's complete. Makes the tackle right at the 21-yard line. Pickup of 10 on the play, and his offense is threatening with a first down. To the ground with the back. Brought down after a pickup of 2 to the 19. Here comes 2nd down, and this crowd is turning it up a notch. He's looking to throw. Tight end finds a soft spot. Didn't pick up a lot there, moved it forward just a few. 3rd down, and this crowd is tearing the lid off this place. That's caught. It's Fuller. The stop is made, but this offense is threatening 1st and goal from the 9. This defense backed up, goal to go, and the crowd's giving them some juice. Got it. That completion will take it inside the 4, and the offense is threatening. These fans raising the volume on 2nd and goal. And he takes it in for the score. Touchdown, Bulldogs.
I love running backs that have a nose for the goal line. Understand how to get there, finish strong into the end zone, know I get 6, and then go celebrate with your boys.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And he's got the extra point, and it's 7-0 to start this one. They marched 56 yards to the end zone, and they finished it off with the score from the 4. He'll start the return inside his 5. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. Now here comes that Auburn offense onto the field again. From the gun, the ground game. And how about that play by that giant, that mountain of a man on the defensive front? Trying to make that rush think on the draw play here. They knock him down, but not before he gets it out to the 21-yard line. Pick up a 4. Now on 3rd down after that run. They're trying to slow that rush down with the draw. And sure, tackling there to keep him from getting to the 1st down marker. Auburn sends out the punting unit. This will be the 2nd time they've had to kick it away. Little pressure on the coverage team there, and they'll stop him at the 47-yard line. Good field position to start this drive at their own 47. Running back searching for a hole. And a nice solid pickup there before the defense wrestles him to the ground. After the productive 1st down play, it's 2nd and 6. Off the play fake. A strike downfield. Really good surge for this offense. They move the chains, and he's got it at the 34. Off the play fake on 1st down, wants to throw. Wide open downfield. Touchdown, Georgia! What a catch and run for 6.
And when you have so many playmakers on offense like they do, they can score quickly. You just saw it right there.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the extra point pushes the lead to 14. Quick strike offense on that 3-play scoring drive. And the final 34 yards covered by that touchdown pass. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. Good job by the coverage unit to stop the return man. And Auburn is ready to go back to work on offense. The give. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. After getting knocked back to open this drive, it's 2nd and 12. He's looking to throw. Using the back as a receiver on the screen. They make the stop, but not before he takes a chunk out of what they need to move the sticks. You've got a 3rd and manageable, backed up in your own end, but convert here and you get some momentum. Got his man quickly. And a little more space, open up that playbook even more as they pick up the 1st down out to the 30. Leaves it with the running back. Finds his way for 3 out to the 33. After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line 2nd and 7. He's looking to throw. Nowhere close on that one as he got drilled trying to deliver the football, and now they face 3rd down. From the gun, wants to pass. And they got him. They'll get him down for the sack.
Man, this has been a struggle for this offense, protecting their quarterback. It's priorities mission number 1, right? Every single game you go into. Last week, I think a lot of the reason they lost was because they gave up so many sacks and hits on their quarterback.
Auburn's going to have to send out the punt team. He's going to try to flip the field with this one. This is a spot you see many returners try to take a chance, but not this time. A fair catch just inside the 40. They'll go to the ground. And this one will be stopped for no gain. They got nothing on the last play. It's 2nd and 10. They'll run it from the gun. Continuing to churn and move it forward, and they're closing in on midfield. It's down at the 48. Here comes this home crowd as the defense tries to get off the field on 3rd down. Looking to move the chains. They throw it complete to the left. They've got it inside the 40 at the 39 as they pick up the 1st down. Use the play fake, now to throw. Right down the middle. All kinds of room to throw that one in there. And chunk plays are the name of the game, and they get one here before the defense finally makes the stop. The back goes in motion. From the red zone, he's going to throw it. Using the quick game. A most efficient pickup of 6 on first down. It's 2nd and 4. It'll be 2nd down, and remember, they can pick up a first without scoring. Wide out in motion. Off the RPO, complete. And he'll be tackled, but there is a flag on the field.
Hold it, open.
Amazing how many times an offensive holding penalty will stall a drive. We'll see if the offense can overcome it. The play action fake. Fires left. He's got it. And he will score. Touchdown, Dogs. No midseason doldrums for these guys as they push out the lead in week 6. A methodical drive that they finish off by tossing it to the tight end.
And the tight end, I tell you what, this is a position that's evolved so much, right? And you see him move all over the field. It's kind of like, where is Waldo? You got to find this big fella, especially down in the red zone area. This is the guy they're going to target, then make the big play, get the touchdown.
Lining up to add another. And the extra point is true, and the lead balloons to 21. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Guys, let's get you up to speed on what's going down in this fun college football game today. San Jose State is trailing right now, but it's only a couple of points. That quarterback just needs to show the poise of a young Jeff Garcia, and they are right back in this. It's a touchdown game. They're trailing by 7 to UCF. We'll circle back if anything big happens in this college football matchup.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. Nowhere to go, and now the ball's out. Defense swarming on that loose ball. It'll be a turnover. And not much else could go wrong. A defensive touchdown as they keep piling it on. What a play by the defense there. Loose football, country fumble, pick it up with room, scoop, and score.
No doubt, country versus city. When it's a country fumble, nobody around. I got to pick that puppy up and do some damage with it. Nice job seeing the situation, scooping it up, making a play.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. The scoop and score. What a lift it can give to the defense. Not content to get the ball. They wanted to do something with it, and they did. On the move from inside his 5. Now here comes that Auburn offense onto the field again. Maybe they learned something from their opening script of plays, David, but other than that, this has been an abject disaster.
And I think they learned what not to do. I mean, this has been an abject disaster. They haven't done anything right. Offense, defense. Palmer, this one's ugly, and it's still early.
Yeah, I'd normally say, well, it's first quarter, just don't worry about it, there's time, but this is the worst start you possibly could have had. So they need to score a touchdown right here.
They'll try to run for it. They were all over him, nowhere to go as that third down play turned into a disaster. 4th down, and the punt team sends it the other way. And you make the stop, and that is exactly what you want out of your punt cover unit. They'll start this drive and snap it from the 40. Comes out throwing on 1st down. And this will be incomplete. A big hit there forces 2nd down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. The inside handoff. That's what you expect from a senior. Don't give them any extra yards. Great tackle there. Let's see what they find in the playbook for 3rd and long from the 43. Off the boot, looking for his man. Throws toward the end zone. It's complete. And he's into the end zone. Touchdown, Bulldogs.
And this offense is clicking. Another touchdown. Didn't have to go far for this drive, but this offense is doing what they want, how they want, when they want.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. The kick is up and good and put one more on the lead.
Personal foul. Roughing the kicker. Defense.
So the decision has been made, and the coach will take the penalty. The kickoff team on the field, and he ought to just boom this thing through the end zone with that extra 15 yards on the penalty. The offense lining up for a first down play. They go to the ground. Finds that crease, and he's got 4 out to the 29. Solid pickup of 4 on first down at 2nd and 6. They move the tight end all over. They'll run play action. Coming after him. Fires to the big fella. Makes a catch and knocked down. And a good job in coverage there as they stop it after just a few. Wow, this offense is just stuck in the mud. They've already punted 4 times, and it's 3rd down now. Solid work and execution there. They'll have a first down as they mark it at the 40. The Tigers come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Looking to go up top on first down. He looks that one in nicely. They make the stop right there. Good pickup. It's still short of the first down. They'll line up for a 2nd down play. He's looking to throw. They're working that left side. Good pickup there. They'll move the chains, and they're set up at the 41. The Tigers are moving quickly down the field. Gets it out quickly. He is going nowhere. Stop at the line of scrimmage. And here comes play number 6 of the drive. Finds his tight end. And not much doing there as that defense runs him out of bounds. The officials offer the deal, and the coach accepts it. They will take the penalty. Trying play action. Unleashes one. Got his man downfield. Got a lot of running room. They make the tackle, but he's got a fresh set of downs, and it's 1st and goal from the 7. Now the chance to pay off that big play from just outside the 5.
Yeah, and listen, QB's got to find ways to push the ball down the field and make sure defenses don't just sit in zones and stay shallow. Nice job by the QB. Push it down the field. Make some big plays, maybe.
Picked up some of what they needed on first down. Now it's 2nd and goal. He snares it in the end zone. Touchdown, Auburn.
And it's a nice toss in the back of the end zone. Give your receiver a chance to make a play. And you could tell he knew exactly where he was. Got those tippy toes right down, inbounds for the touchdown reception.
Ready to try the point after. They get the extra point on the board, but they're still down 35-7. Almost ready to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
Georgia, 35, Auburn, 7.
On the run from inside his own 5. He was looking for more running room, but none to be found as he stopped at the 23. And Georgia ready to go back to work on offense. The run to the left. Yeah, it's a bit of a surge, and he's knocked down after picking up 3 to the 26. Got 3 on first down at 2nd and 7. They'll put the tight end in motion. He's got it on the right. And just a short, safe pass play. They pick up a few. Here they come, trying to convert a 3rd and short from the 28. Motion from the offense. Shotgun snap on 3rd down. Fires to the middle. And a missed opportunity on 3rd down as the defense knocks it free, and 4th down is coming up. Georgia sends out the punt team. He'll call for the fair catch here. Opening snap of this drive comes from the 38-yard line. From the gun, they'll try the middle. Guys, only Minnesota and Wisconsin have played more often than Auburn and Georgia. This rivalry is rich in tradition.
And you're right, Reese. This goes back to 1892. A long time. This game has been heated. You know a bunch of the names, a bunch of the storylines. And speaking of storylines, how about the mascot for Georgia? Literally trying to bite an Auburn wide receiver. That's how real this rivalry is.
From the shotgun now, here's an inside give. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Last play was a near disaster, now dealing with 2nd and 13. Lets it fly. Pulls it in. Really nice pickup on that one as they get it to the 36. It'll be first down. Looking for a physical attack from the gun. Moves it forward just a bit, a pickup of 1 to the 35. Didn't get much on first down. It's 2nd and 9. Out of the gun, the inside handoff, looking for a crease. Squeezes out a couple of yards down to the 32. Here on 3rd down for this offense. From the gun, wants to pass. Strong pass rush, gets to the quarterback, and they get him at the 46.
And anytime you hit the quarterback, man, you make him think, you speed up the processor a little bit, and that's the 3rd on the day. This is a unit, actually, that does a good job of that. They're in the top 25 in the country at getting the quarterback on the ground.
Auburn sends out the punting unit. They've been busy out there to punt for the 5th time today. Yet another punt on the way. Got to make sure that hamstring stays loose. He's been busy. We're ready to get another look at this Bulldog offense. Off play action on first down. Fires to the wideout. He makes a catch. And the defense makes the immediate tackle, but he has enough for the first down.
That's a first down for the offense.
They'll ride the running back and leave it with him. Oh, my, circle, circle. Spinderella. Put him in the spin cycle and picked up the first down. Wide receiver coming across in motion. Going for it all. Makes a grab at the 25, and there's room. And he got away from the defense and takes it in. Touchdown, Georgia.
When these offenses get in a rhythm, they're hard to stop. Already up early, got a short field, take advantage of it too, get another touchdown. This offense is doing whatever they want to do and having a lot of success.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And with that extra point, the lead remains in the gargantuan category. Lining up to cover the kick after that touchdown drive.
Georgia, 42. Auburn, 7.
Looking for an alley from inside his own 10. And the returner will be dragged down. Plenty of time for one more snap before the end of the quarter. Off the play fake on first down to throw. Here he goes breaking the pocket. And he's feeling the heat, and he will go down. Final play of the first quarter, and not the way he wanted to end it. While we're only through one, these quarterbacks have been lighting up their stat lines. Just about ready to get things started here in the second. We'll see if they continue to flex that muscle. On second down, they'll take to the air. And the pressure is coming in, and they get him again.
This poor quarterback has been running for his life. He has never been able to get his feet set, stare downfield, and try and pick this defense apart because he's constantly throwing with pressure in his face.
This defense has kept them backed up. Now one more stop, and they can get off the field on 3rd and long. Looking to throw, and he needs a chunk play. Going to try to pop one on the screen. Defense was not fooled by that screen to the back, and they'll stop him short of the marker. It'll be 4th down. No return coming. He'll call for the fair catch. And Georgia ready to go back to work on offense. They'll throw it on 1st down. He finds his man. Nice pitch and catch there, and they'll have enough for the 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. To the air on 1st down. Catch in the middle, it's Fuller. All the way down to the 25-yard line. They move the sticks. It's 1st down. Bunch formation trying to spring a guy free. Going up top on 1st down. Quickly complete. He's brought down. Solid pickup, but a little bit short of the 1st down. Uga trying to make this red zone trip pay off. They'll leave it with him. He rolls all the way down to the 5-yard line before they finally get him stopped. The offense knocking on the door. 1st and goal. He makes a grab, and he will score. Touchdown, Dogs!
Number 8.
Getting set for the point after.
On for the extra point.
And the extra point just tacks a little bit more onto this huge lead. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
Dynamite matchup this week, fellas. Let's show you what's going down. San Jose State looks like it sent the JV squad out there today. An offense that can't move the sticks and a defense that looks disinterested. They're trailing by 14 to UC.
Gonna let it fly. Brings it in down the left side. All kinds of running room. Touchdown, Auburn! That is the ultimate grab and go for the score.
Man, that's a play this kid has been running ever since he was 7 years old at the park with his best friend, throwing go routes right down the field. I'm running by a guy, I'm looking back, locating the football, making the catch. He does it in a big moment here in this game.
PAT unit on the field.
Is on for the extra point.
Bangs it through for an extra point. That one's going to get a little star marked beside it on the play sheet. One play, explosive, touchdown just like that. From inside the 10-yard line, he'll bring it back. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. We're ready to get another look at this Bulldog offense. Hand off from the shotgun. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. After getting knocked back to open this drive, it's 2nd and 12. Trying to impose their will with the run. Find some space, enough to get 5 to the 22. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. On 3rd down, he drops the throw. Finds space on the right. They'll keep this drive moving by picking up the 1st down. They have it at the 36.
Good enough for a 1st down.
He's going to pass. Caught in the backfield. It's Fuller. And I think they'll give him 2 on that one. 2nd and 8 coming up. Short completion last play. Let's see if they throw it again. Now they'll run the draw. He picks up the 1st down, brought down, but not before he put that dude in a blender.
And a 1st down for the offense.
Wide receiver now comes in motion. Might as well give it to him again. Solid fundamentals on that tackle from this freshman. After picking up a couple at 2nd and 8. It's a reverse. Tackle is made after the first down. And the Bulldogs come to the line with a new set of downs.
That's a first down for the offense.
Give to the back. Able to scrounge 3 yards out of that one somehow. It's 2nd and 7. Win with the running game on first down, now back at it. Now they're going to throw it. Feeling some heat. Pressure coming. And this sophomore able to wreak some havoc and get the sack.
You want to change some of this bad luck you've had so far around? Get after the quarterback and get his butt on the ground. Nice job by the defense. This game ain't over. It's still the first half. This is a good start.
Ninth play of the drive coming up, but this one will be tough. 3rd and long. Looking downfield, and he needs a bunch. Fires on the move. And this is going to be incomplete on 3rd. Georgia lining up to punt it away.
Number 19 on to punting away.
They'll get him corralled and down at about the 19-yard line. And Auburn is ready to go back to work on offense. They torched this defense with an explosive passing play for a score last time out. Let's see if they go right back at him. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. A negative play to open the drive. Let's see what they've got on 2nd and 14. Just a short pass to the tight end. He's brought down quickly. Minimal gain there. Still a bit short of the first down.
Brings up 3rd down.
On 3rd down, he'll try to pick it up through the air. Quickly to the tight end. Auburn's going to have to send out the punt team.
Steps out of bounds at the 24-yard line. Offense facing 4th down.
He's got great speed. He couldn't find much running room there. Didn't get a lot of blocking, and he'll step out of bounds. They'll get this drive started from their own 45-yard line. They're looking for an advantage to the right. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. And here comes the offense on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. He's got an open man. And he gets a big chunk of yardage to the 34-yard line. His offense lines up feeling awfully good after that big play.
And that's a first down for the offense.
From the gun, they'll try to impose their will. Just making a play, getting it to the 23-yard line. It'll be first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. He'll come out throwing on first down. Can't hang on, and he'll tell you he really should have made that catch, and he had an opportunity right in the middle. It'll be 2nd down. He leaves it with his back. Got some room, headed to the goal line. Gets out of bounds after the big play, and they'll be set up in business with a 1st and goal.
And obviously this offense has had their way, getting the huge lead. And now, when you know it's a running situation later in the ball games, you're still getting pounded.
And he'll race it to the house. Touchdown, Bulldogs!
This is like having an extra running back in your backfield. This quarterback is magic. When he decides to keep the football, he can make people look absolutely silly. He shows you on that play.
Lining up for the PAT.
On for the extra point.
And with the extra point, the lead is even bigger. So that scoring drive took only 6 plays. And they closed the deal, pushing their way inches into the end zone.
14.
And he passes on the touchback. Here he comes. And the return man is stopped, and that'll leave it up to the offense on the next drive. Okay, so here comes the offense returning to the field. The give to the back. Works his way ahead for 3. They'll spot it at the 18. After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line, 2nd and 7. Out of the gun, the running back has it. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. 3rd and 10, still backed up inside their own 20. This drive hasn't really gotten started. From the gun, wants to pass. And that's incomplete. A defender all over him. Knocked the ball to the ground. 4th down coming up. Auburn sends out the punting unit. He'll signal for and make the fair catch right around midfield. And Georgia ready to go back to work on offense. He'll keep it himself. And maybe they want to try somewhere else because there is nothing doing in the middle of this defense. This offense has a 2nd down play. Keeps it on the bootleg. Keeps looking downfield. The quarterback bought as much time as he could, but the defense got to him and sacked him. The Dogs just chewed him up and spit him out the last time these two met as they destroyed Auburn.
And that's why I think Auburn needs something to happen early in this ballgame. They need some confidence. They need some feel-good because Georgia's dominated this series. They know. They talk about it. Auburn needs something good to happen early.
On 3rd down, going up top. Oh, what a spectacular layout and catch. Georgia coming out with a fresh set of downs.
At the 36. And that's good enough for a 1st down.
Coming out on 1st down with the play fake. Moving away from pressure. He turns this into a nice gain and gets down to avoid the hit. The Bulldogs are on the move.
Good enough for a 1st down.
Trying to find his man on 1st down. And it's incomplete. If you're going to take a hit like that, you might as well hang on to the ball. After misfiring, it's 2nd down. Off play action. Throws toward the end zone. And swatted down by the defense to stop the scoring opportunity. Quite a bit of work to do on 3rd down from the 23, and this D would love to force a field goal try. Fires to the right. He's got it on the move. Defense is there to make the stop, but he's got the 1st down, and they'll have it 1st and goal at the 6.
1st and goal, Georgia.
They'll try to get it in with the run. They get him on the ground at the 3-yard line, but this defense is taking some punches. We'll see if the offense can punch it in on 2nd and goal. Tries again to get it in. He steps and powers and works his way. They finally get him down at the 2. The line of scrimmage, the 2. And these final 2 yards might be the toughest here on 3rd. Going right back to the well, and this time he finds water. Gets it into the end zone for the touchdown.
This defense is going to have to do a better job being physical. That's 2 rushing touchdowns they've now allowed. They have got to be better close to the line of scrimmage.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
Boys, if it's happening in college football, we've got eyes on it. Check this out. San Jose State is trailing right now, but it's only a couple of points. That quarterback just needs to show the poise of a young Jeff Garcia, and they are right back in this. They're trailing by 10 to UCF. We'll circle back if anything changes in this exciting college football matchup.
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final.
Brings up 2nd down.
Now the play fake. Buys a little extra time. On the run, and he'll slide to avoid the big hit. They'll try to move the chains on 3rd and short from the 25. They'll try to pick up the 1st through the air. He's going for the big play. Fires the pass. Intercepted. Takes it the other way. And they'll drag him down after a good return on the interception.
And that's the advantage right there of having your dime personnel on the field. You've got an extra DB. You've got an extra guy out there who's really good at covering. So for quarterbacks, you've got to be so good and precise with these passes because they've got speed in the back end. They're able to come away with the pick.
We're ready to get another look at this Bulldog offense. Off the play fake on first down to throw. And he's lucky to get that one back. His junior quarterback knows better than to try that too often. Couldn't make the connection on first down. Now here on second. Fast motion from the offense. He's back to throw on second down. Slips through his hands and incomplete, and they had everything set up for the screen except the catch. On third and long, try to convert through the air. He's got it. He got loose, almost housed it, finally tracked down at the 32. This offense absolutely humming as they come to the line again. Grabbed in the middle, it's Murray. Now he's got it all the way down to the 21-yard line, and they are threatening on first down. Here's a quick throw out to the left. They make the stop after the catch, and still some work to do to pick up that first down. He'll just keep slinging it. Snags it. Oh, ball's out. Oh, looks as if the defense got it. And he's brought down, and this defense gets the ball back for its own.
That looks like a really easy thing to do. Oh, the ball's just on the ground. Jump on it. That's an odd-shaped ball that bounces all kind of crazy ways. Great job on the defense covering that thing up.
First and 10 from inside their own 5. You got to take care of the ball, but there is room to take a shot here. They'll leave it with the lone back. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Didn't get much done on that first play of the drive. It's second and 11. Right back to him on the ground. Didn't find much room. He'll pick up a couple out to the 5. They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. On third and long, he has to throw for it. Turns it loose. And they wanted it all on third down, but now dealing with fourth down. Auburn's going to have to send out the punt team. Let's see if he can help the coverage team out with this one. And the returner runs out of real estate as he goes down. First down here with time for maybe one more play until the 2-minute warning. They're going to throw it to start the drive. He'll try to do it himself. A really nice run and gain, and he gets down to avoid taking punishment. We've reached the 2-minute warning, and they will try to build on what has already been a dominant first-half performance. And the physical play there forces the incompletion on first down. After the quarterback and receiver couldn't connect, it's second and 10. He's looking to throw. Unloads to the wideout. Grabbed over the middle. It's Murray. Touchdown, Georgia! And they add 6 more to the board with that trip to the house.
And that's his second receiving touchdown of the game. My man is just finding pay dirt. Tell you what, these are the kind of guys that you continue to feature throughout a game when he can do this kind of damage after he catches the football.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. Quick strike offense on that 3-play scoring drive. And they finish the deal with a 26-yard touchdown pass. Here he comes from inside his own 5. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. Now here comes that Auburn offense onto the field again. They'll throw it on first down. These guys have taken some body blows and that ball is picked off. Oh, he would have loved to tack on the big return, but they got it in the red zone at the 16.
Well, what a game-changing play by this defense. Nice job. You got them backed up in their own territory coming out. Now you force the turnover, set your offense up with some great scoring field position.
Couldn't ask for better field position for this offense. Looking to move it through the air. Finds his big tight end. Touchdown, Dogs! Made the snag and strolled his way into the end zone. These guys wanted to make a statement. Statement has been delivered.
It's your job to stop them. Oh, don't run the score up. Well, do something about it. The defense has to step up and make plays. Obviously, they're not willing to do that, so just keep running plays and keep scoring.
Now they'll line up for what they hope is automatic. And with that extra point, the lead remains in the gargantuan category. About to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
Georgia, 77. Auburn, 14.
And he takes this from inside the 5. He was looking for more running room, but none to be found as he stopped at the 23. And Auburn is ready to go back to work on offense. They find themselves in a pretty deep hole here, but maybe a chance to grab a little momentum and regroup at halftime.
Yeah, a big chance. Like, this is an opportunity. This is the biggest opportunity in front of them in the game right now. You got to get some points on the board. You got to create something positive, Jesse. There hasn't been a whole lot to be positive about in the first half.
If I'm playing quarterback, I'm locating my go-to guy at receiver. Who can I count on one-on-one to go and make me a play? Maybe even one-on-two. Who can go up, catch the ball, get us some yards, and get us some points?
Auburn to the line in a hurry. He wants to throw. Quick completion on the out route. They stop him almost immediately. Short gain there, and still a little ground to cover to pick up the first. On second down, he'll fire. And it's picked off for the 3rd time today. Not only made the pick, but he also made up some ground and took it back to the 38.
And that's just excellent coverage. Man, cover one, nowhere to throw the football. Look at everybody playing man across the board, and you still got the safety in the middle of the field. Nobody open, and if I'm the QB, man, I don't need to force it. I don't force it into tight windows if it's not there. He throws it, unfortunately, gets the interception. Bad decision by the QB there.
And Georgia ready to go back to work on offense. Shoots it to the left. Got him downfield. He was working his way toward that goal line. They'll stop him at the 2 after the big play up top. The offense will have to use its first timeout of the half. He's looking to throw. He wants it all. Pulls it in the end zone. Touchdown, Bulldogs.
And the QB saw it right away. He knew it. As soon as he got that football, he got it in his hands. He loved this matchup, finding the big fella, getting the touchdown.
They'll try to tack one more on their score. And the extra point just tacks a little bit more onto this huge lead. They got the late touchdown on the board, now about to kick it away and hoping the defense can keep them from answering. He'll start the return inside his 5. And the return man reaches the end of the line, and down he goes. Now here comes that Auburn offense onto the field again. This late in the half, you're behind. You'd love to create something before the break to build momentum, Jesse.
But you've also had some miscues on offense, a big part of why you're losing the game right now. I'd take it into halftime, make my adjustments, and come out ready in the second half.
Yeah, I'm going to take it into halftime too, Palmer, but I'm trying to put some points up.
And that pressure just engulfed him. A sack from this defense.
This quarterback is thinking to himself, I need to get an NIL deal at some restaurant so I can take my offensive line out and feed them more, because I don't think they like me very much right now. I've been sacked 6 times in this game. It's time to get that new NIL deal paycheck.
They'll try to keep that sack from wrecking this drive here on 2nd and 15. We've played 2 quarters here. Time to go to Kevin Connors in our halftime update.
then all the tradition and bad blood between these programs, it's all kind of come to a boil today in a spirited first half in this battle between the Tigers and Dogs. And it'd be easy to say these two offenses are glad we've hit halftime based on their respective performances. It would also be accurate. Turnovers and sacks have told the story so far. And you gotta believe the play calling has been the issue, right? Time to shred those game plans and just get back to basics. With that, let's throw it back to the guys to see how the fight between Auburn and Georgia plays out.
Auburn ready to boot it deep to start the second half. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. And the coverage team able to make the tackle. We're ready to get another look at this Bulldog offense. Keeping it on the ground to open the second half. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Not what they had in mind to start this drive. Here comes 2nd and 13. He's looking to throw. Gets it out fast. They make the stop, trying to pick up just a little bit at a time to get to that first down marker. Now facing a 3rd and long. From the gun, wants to pass. Quarterback adapted. Coming out, attacking from deep in their own end, and they're out at the 26 with the first down. And the Dogs come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Wants to throw on first down off the play fake. Trying to make magic on the scramble. On the run, and he'll slide to avoid the hit. A nifty pickup there. 2nd down coming up. Off the play fake. Looking to the big tight end. It's caught downfield. Found a bunch of room and got it to the 44-yard line.
And that's good enough for a first.
Wide receiver shows motion. The give to the running back from the shotgun. Crosses the 30. He's got to lay it. Ripping through the defense and getting it all the way down to the 24-yard line. This offense is like running a perfection drill in practice against air. Chunk play after chunk play, and here they come again. Holds and fires complete to the right. And they pick up just a few on that completion. After trying the running game on first down, they come to the line on 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Moves away as he feels pressure. He gets the job done, picking up the first down, then getting down. Georgia hunkers down in the red zone. From the gun, he leaves it with the back. Pulled down after picking up 5 to the 6-yard line. Going to work on 2nd down in the red zone. Is still some ground to cover to pick up that first down. He works his way all the way down to the 3, and the defense is reeling. Tight quarters deep in the red zone, but they can pick up a first down without scoring. 3rd down. Lets it fly. Touchdown, Georgia! And the beatdown has ensued. The Dogs are starting to hunker down, and they are sinking their teeth into the Deep South's oldest rivalry.
And the red and black going crazy, the fans going nuts, and Georgia has dominated this rivalry of late. Auburn fans are sick and tired of the Dogs, but man, they got to do something about it.
On to attempt the try.
The kicker on for the extra point.
And with the extra point, the lead is even bigger. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
Dynamite matchup today, fellas. Let's show you what's going down. San Jose State has the lead right now, but if this team has taught us anything over the years, it's that no lead is safe inside Old Spartan Stadium. They're up by 4 over UCF. We promise to keep you posted on what goes down in this exciting college football matchup.
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. Moving the running back, forcing the defense to adjust. And he will be sacked at the 6-yard line.
The defense has been so dominant up front. You've seen it in these passing situations. That now the 7th sack of the game.
Not exactly the ideal situation for this offense. 3rd and long, backed up inside their 20. Oh, they really could have used that catch there. Physical pass defense. It brings up a 4th down. He gets it away from his own end zone. Boy, that seemed to be prime return territory, but instead he'll set the offense up with great field position. The give to the tailback. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. After getting knocked back to open this drive, it's 2nd and 12. He's looking to throw. He's got his man. He's brought down, but there's a flag on the field. Let's see what the call is.
Personal foul. Roughing the pass. Defense.
I know defenders hate quarterbacks and love nothing more than hitting them, but you're hitting yourself in the gut when you get a 15-yard penalty. Off the play fake on 1st down. Caught. We'll give him a couple on that one. 2nd and 8 coming up. After the short completion, let's see if they go back to the air. Wide out in motion. The play action fake. Getting some heat. Pocket starts to collapse. Pass rush coming after the quarterback, and they get him at the 32. You know, the entire concept of the play action fake is to slow down the rush. Didn't work.
No, they didn't bite on it, which was great defense. They didn't bite on it. They knew it wasn't a run. Played pass, continued to get to the quarterback and get the quarterback on the ground.
This is a 3rd and long. Looking to throw, and he needs a bunch. Got away from trouble and got rid of it. Complete and looking for enough for the 1st down. They've decided to try to go for the field goal here. He's got it, showing off that big leg from 47 yards out. They keep pushing that lead out, and the kickoff team's getting some work. On the move from inside his 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. And Auburn is ready to go back to work on offense. From the shotgun, they'll run it. They stop him after a 6-yard run out to the 24. Got 6 on 1st down. Now a lot of options on 2nd and 4. He's looking to throw. Trying to get to him. And the pressure was too much. They get him at the 15.
What a beautiful day for the defense. A sack for you. A sack for you. Everybody gets a sack. Everything good happening for this defense.
You make up the game plan and not a lot on the play sheet for this. 3rd and long from inside their own 20. He's looking downfield to throw. It's caught. They get him on the ground after he gets enough to move the sticks. And the Tigers have it with a 1st and 10. Quick strike complete. At the 45 on its way. They make the stop, but not before they do their work up top and pick up a 1st down.
Another 1st down for the offense.
And the defense is all over the quarterback, and down he goes.
Man, this defensive end is a monster. I mean, you've seen his athleticism and his speed and his bend and his flexibility. He now has 2 sacks, and there's still a lot of football to play.
A 1st down sack can wreck a drive. Let's see what they've got on 2nd and 14. Motion from the offense. On 2nd down, looking again to throw. And he was fortunate not to lose yardage on that play, able to wedge it back to the line of scrimmage. Even if they don't convert, picking up a few would give them a decision to make on 4th down. It's 3rd and long from the 45. Makes the grab on the left. And he's not going to get there. The defense stands tall and makes the stop. Auburn sends out the punting unit. Oh, this is a bad, bad shame. And the punt goes out of bounds. We'll see where the officials spot it, but they certainly gave them no opportunity for a return. Quick release by the QB.
And there you see the bind that the RPO play can put a defender in. That linebacker had to make a decision. Was the running back going to get the ball? He thought so, so he bit up, and that allowed the slant to be thrown in behind him.
They make the tackle, but he's got enough to give Georgia a 1st down.
That's a 1st down for the offense.
Use the play fake, now to throw. Fires to the tight end. That's a really good tackle there, giving up some size and still making the play.
2nd down coming up.
Got his man quickly. And that defense pushing him out of bounds after a short gain. 3rd and short now. They snap it from their own 46. And the incomplete pass will bring up 4th down. Georgia sends out the punt team. He'll try to really get into this one. What a terrible, terrible shame. Now here comes that Auburn offense onto the field again. They'll crank up this drive with the pass, using the quick game. They make the stop right there. Good pickup. It's still short of the 1st down. Now here on 2nd down, see if they keep tossing it around. He's looking to throw. Fires to the wideout. A strike downfield. There to make the tackle, but the big throw is good enough to give them a 1st down. They'll try the run. And how about that interior defense stuffing the run for nothing? Got stuffed on 1st down. It's 2nd and 10. He's looking to throw. Dances away from the heat. He'll pull it down. He found a little opening and got loose. They couldn't stop him in the backfield, so a solid pickup there. Ball's at the 26. It's 3rd and short, and they'd love to pick up the 1st down and avoid settling for the field goal. Now adjusting. And the quarterback was trying to extend the play, and the defense brought it to a close. He spent his whole career in the backfield, now 40 career sacks.
That is absolutely insane. A guy that can get to the quarterback that much. You know where he's at, Palmer. He's on the end of the line of scrimmage most of the time. You're pointing to him. There's the guy we got to make sure that doesn't make the play, and he gets to the quarterback time and time again.
There are very few players, I think, in college football, David, that you need to know where they line up each and every play because they are going to disrupt everything. This guy has been that all throughout his career. 40 sacks. That is unbelievable.
After putting up the field goal, they're set to kick it away. On the run from inside his own 5. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. And Georgia ready to go back to work on offense. They'll run it out of the shotgun. Runs through the tackle. That's about as close as you can get to that marker, and it will be 2nd and just a few breaths away from the 1st down. Wide receiver coming across in motion. He'll try it again. And they'll bring him down, but not before he picks up the 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. From the gun, they'll try to impose their running game. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Last play was a near disaster, now dealing with 2nd and 13. They'll try to pop the draw. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. 3rd down conversions are a huge stat, and this one would be a doozy if they can pull it off. And that's incomplete. A defender all over him. Knocked the ball to the ground. 4th down coming up. Georgia lining up to punt it away. 4th time tonight we've seen this guy come on to punt. Not going to risk a return here. He'll make the fair catch. And Auburn is ready to go back to work on offense. Man, how comforting is it to know that even if your offense stalls out a little, Jesse, that field goal kicker can knock it in from a long way out.
Well, he's one of the best in the country, Reese, no doubt. But this offense would like him and prefer for him to kick an extra point on this drive. And to do that, David, they've got to have more rhythm on offense.
Yeah, create some more rhythm, create some more explosive plays, and maybe some more balance. And listen, it's nice to have that weapon and kick long field goals. When you kick too many field goals, you don't get very many W's.
They try to pop a run on the draw. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. 3rd and long, and he'll try to throw for it. Safe completion on the screen. And he was just a couple of steps away from taking that one even further after the catch. Auburn going to work with another 1st down. And it is another interception. Just a terrible struggle for this quarterback. Bringing it back. Waltzes into the end zone, but he might be dancing the other way. There's a flag on the field. The officials throw the flag, but the offense won't need it. They'll decline that and keep the big play. He'll try to tack on one more. And with that extra point, the lead remains in the gargantuan category. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Guys, right back to your game after we update the nation on this one. USC answered the bell away from the Coliseum today with an impressive victory. The Trojans knew the challenges awaiting them, and they met them head on. Generally the mark of a really good team. A lot to go through in the film session this week for both teams. But, boy, it sure is going to be easier for the side that came away with the win.
Yeah, how about that? Sounds as if they had a good ball game there. Kevin, thanks for the update. Wants to throw on 2nd down. They're setting up the screen. He's brought down quickly. Minimal gain there. Still a bit short of the 1st down. So they're facing 3rd and short from the 25. From the gun. Wants to pass. It's complete on the right side. Good job running that route to get past the sticks because he got nothing after the catch. He's got his man. Still on his feet at the 45. And they pick up a better than 30 yards on that completion before the defense brings him down.
And what a huge play for the offense. Hitting that throw not only is big for their confidence, but it also flips the field.
Wide receiver now comes in motion. Wants to throw on 1st down. Not much working there. It'll be 2nd and 9. Short completion last play. Let's see if they throw it again. He's looking for a man on 2nd down. Got his man on the outside. And he's going to lose yardage. He was looking everywhere for just a little grass and a little air, and none to be found. Trying to move the sticks on 3rd down through the air. And that one's incomplete. They weren't just trying to move the chains. They were trying to move the scoreboard. Instead, it's 4th down. The punt goes out of bounds, and a nice job to get them backed up. I think they'll spot it right around the 15. We're ready to get another look at this Bulldog offense. Movement here from the tight end. Off the play fake on 1st down, wants to throw. And this is dropped. Incomplete pass. He had a huge gain in his fingers, and he couldn't hold on. Off the bootleg to buy a little space. Flushed out of the pocket. And the defense makes a play, sacking him back at the 10. Looks as if we have an injury on that last play, and we'll take a break to check him out. This defense has kept them backed up. Now one more stop, and they can get off the field on 3rd and long. Looking to throw, and he needs a chunk play.
And this offense has had a great day, and they've put some big plays together. But the last 2 plays, man, getting a little complacent. They got to protect their quarterback. That's back-to-back sacks. The offensive line has to do a better job.
Georgia sends out the punt team. 3 and out, they got stuck in reverse. They hope the punt can bail them out. Here's the punt, and he's done better. Not much on that one. Wide open, and it's a foot race. And the return man has no place to run, no place to hide, and a place to be tackled. Well, guys, it's Georgia holding the lead at the end of the quarter. And as we switch ends of the field, let's take a quick look at the national rankings. So will the beatdown continue, or is this a comeback for the ages in store? We'll see as we start the 4th. Grabbed behind the line, it's Gibbs. And good coverage by the defense, just a short gain. Now on 2nd down. Here's the handoff. They'll give him 1 to the 28-yard line. A little less room to work with now. The ball's at the 28, and it's 3rd and long. He's looking to pass. Got a man. And he's not going to make it. The defense denying him the 1st down. That's now 200 catches in his career.
It's so impressive because of his dependability. This guy has been consistent, David, week in, week out. He shows up, and he makes plays.
And it's easy to coach a guy like that. Consistent, does the work, catches the football. You know where he's going to be. That's why he's got 200 catches.
They'll play it safe and send out the field goal unit. And he's already 1 for 1, so this time he'll try to put one through from 39 yards out. It's good. And the field goal is good. They get 3 on the board, but it really doesn't matter much in terms of the deficit.
I know a lot of people are scratching their heads why they try to kick that field goal. You're in the 4th quarter. You're down a boatload of points. A field goal isn't going to do it. You want to win this game, you need touchdowns. I would anticipate for every possession they get from here on out, man, you've got to be way more aggressive.
After that last field goal drive, they're set to kick it away. From inside the 10, here he comes. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. And Georgia ready to go back to work on offense. Give to the running back. A run up the middle is stopped for no gain. They got nothing on the last play. It's 2nd and 10. He'll run it again. And they went right back to him, and he went right back down. It's going to be 3rd and 10. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. Power football with the run. Strong belief in this running game as he powers his way ahead and picks up 8. It's 4th and 1. Georgia lining up to punt it away. They're up to a half-dozen kicks today. He'll settle for some pretty good field position and make the fair catch at around the 35. They'll put it in play from the 36 for the first play of the drive. He's looking to throw it. Good timing on the quick out. And the defense had that one well covered, just a short gain there. And now on 2nd down for this offense. He's looking to throw. They're bringing heat. Just gets rid of it before the heat. That pass is incomplete, and they might be fortunate it wasn't knocked free for a fumble. It'll be 3rd down. From the gun, wants to pass. Buys a little time with his feet. Turns it on in midfield. And there was lots of space as he gets it to the 39-yard line. Here comes Auburn to the line on 1st and 10. He's going to pass. Makes the catch. It's Gibbs. And this junior quarterback shows you why the scouts love that big arm of his. Comes out throwing on 1st down. Makes his connection. And a good job of coverage by that defense. Just a short pickup. Line getting set on 2nd down. Firing to the right, complete. And the defense settled in to stop that one for a short gain. Auburn hopes to get War Eagle flying in this red zone trip. Quick release on the RPO. He's out of bounds, but not before picking up enough for the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs.
Good enough for a first down.
Out of the gun to give to the back. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Going to work in the red zone, they can't pick up the first down without getting it into the end zone. One running back in the backfield, and he has it. They knock him down after a pickup of 4. Ball is at the 9-yard line. A 3rd and long here. They can't pick up the first down without getting the touchdown. Fires to the end zone. Oh, and he dropped it. He had a touchdown right in his hands and couldn't hang on. It'll be 4th down. So this field goal unit has been getting the job done. They've already made a couple here today. It is perfect.
Let's not say they cut into the deficit with that field goal. Maybe just, I don't know, tweaked a little bit of their way with their fingernail.
After putting 3 on the board, the kickoff unit ready to go. Here's the return from inside his 10. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. From the gun, the running back has it. Makes his man miss.
Man, that's exactly what you want to do. Late in the ball game with the lead, establish the run, establish the physicality. And you know what helps? That clock up there, it continues to tick. So let's see if they choose to keep the ball on the ground and stay conservative and run that clock.
Gets it to the 46-yard line. First down for this offense. Fresh set of downs after the completion. The run from the shotgun. Still running at the 40. And he'll pick up the first down after a tough run there. Bunch formation trying to confuse the secondary. They're going to go right back to him on first down. At the 20, he's got space. And he was loose and in the open field and on his way. A tremendous pickup on that one. Running behind that left side. He'll be brought down at the 5-yard line, and this defense is on its heels. Operating in the red zone here on second down. One back in the backfield. He gets the carry. Touchdown, Dogs! And the stomping has commenced. That score will give them a little more room to operate here in the 4th quarter as they go for their 6th straight win. Now they've got a little breathing room. They are in firm control of this game, guys, but you never want to let up in a rivalry game.
Because it only takes one play. We know how much of a factor momentum can be in these types of rivalry games, David, so this game's still far from over.
And this is where my leadership and my experience comes into play. When you got guys that have been through these fires, been through these rivalry games, you know the swings happen quick. Now you got to swing it back your way.
Here he comes from inside his own 5. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. Now here comes that Auburn offense onto the field again. Looking to go up top on first down. It's complete to the left. They stop him just short of the first down, but it will be 2nd and inches coming up. He's looking to throw. Finds his man. It's Gibbs. Looks as if Auburn will have enough for the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They'll throw it on first down. Working that left side now. He stopped just a chain link or 2 away from the first down and sets them up beautifully here. He wants to throw it again. Caught near the sticks. It's Barco. And this junior loves to show off that big arm. This Auburn offense doing work. They're set up with another first down. Looking to move it through the air. Gets it out quickly. Really nice job there by both guys to throw and the catch to work that defense and get the first down. He wants to throw. He's right on target. Open runway ahead. Big gain on that one as he steps out of bounds with a first down. And the best thing about this, the offense can't worry about the scoreboard. Just keep trying to make plays like that, Jesse.
I know a lot of people in the stadium probably feel like this game is over. Maybe it's been over for a while, Reese, but don't tell that to this quarterback and his teammates. They're still out there scrapping and clawing.
Now with a 1st and goal, let's see what Auburn's got cooking. Snap in the shotgun. Makes the grab. Takes it to the house. Touchdown, Tiger. In a lot of losses, you just want to burn the tape. You don't want to watch it. But I think there are some things that they can take into next week from this performance.
No doubt. Offense is about finding your rhythm, finding your groove, what you do well. And you can tell, at least now, starting to get a little something going that maybe you can build.
Lining up to add another.
Kicker is on for the extra point.
Hit that one with some aggression for the point after. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
Fellas, Texas and Texas A&M have been going at it today, and we finally have a winner.
Good job by the coverage unit to put a stop to that return.
And the Georgia offense will take over 1st and 10.
From the gun, the ground game. Finds his way ahead for 3 out to the 27-yard line. Got 3 on first down at 2nd and 7. Right back to the well. He breaks a tackle. Found that space and picked up 6 out to the 33. It'll be 3rd and short from their own 33. They'll run the ball. The clock is on their side. The Dogs have a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs.
7-yard line. And first down for the offense.
Handoff to the lone back. At midfield, he's got room. Major gaps in that defense, and he got loose, and they finally knock him down at the 41.
This guy's been special today. Coming into this one, they thought they had an opportunity really to get him going, running the football, and he has delivered. You've seen the speed, the vision, his ability to break tackles. Well over 100 rushing yards in this game, and that's why they have a nice lead here late.
A solid pickup there before the defense is able to make the stop. We've reached the 2-minute warning, and this offense is that much closer to salting away a victory. Handoff from the gun. 1-step wrap, 2-step squeeze. This junior knows how to get him on the ground. Defense trying to come up with a stop on 3rd and short from the 37. He'll pull it on the read. That'll be enough for the first down as they mark it down at the 31-yard line. And the Bulldogs come to the line with a new set of downs. They think they can impose their will here with the run to the right. And he runs through 1 tackle and picks up a few. Offense gets set for 2nd down. No matter how much college football changes, realignment, all of that kind of stuff, rivalries are consistent, and winning rivalry games, well, that's just the best.
Because they hate each other so much. So you take the field against your rival. You're able to put forth a performance like that. That is worth its weight in gold, David. Unbelievable effort here by the winning team, and bragging rights now for a while.
Bragging rights for a while. It's a fun thing to be able to accomplish. Now we also got to take in the next couple games, because this is always, there's a letdown that naturally happens after these big rivalry wins. We feel like our chest is poked out. We got to look on to the next game, focus in on this next one.
So that's going to do it for us. For Jesse Palmer, David Pollack, I'm Reese Davis saying so long. This has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football.